Fortunately, sadly, the church is in decline today. We see that American membership in houses of worship continued to decline last year, dropping below 50% for the first time in Gallup's 80-year history. And just 3 years ago, 47% of Americans said they belonged to a church, synagogue, or mosque, down from 50% in 2018. And look at this, 70% in 1999. So there's been a precipitous decline of people worshiping in America today as evolutionary naturalism continues to permeate the society, and sad to say this morning, the church as well. 72% of Americans polled in March of last year do not attend religious services here in the United States. So statistically, every 3 people out of 4 simply don't go to church anymore. Well, why Americans nuns left religion behind? Have you heard that word before? Nuns, people who have no conviction in regard to their origin or destiny. They don't belong to any organized or unorganized religion. They call themselves nuns. I don't know if you've heard that before, but this includes many respondents who mention science as the reason they don't believe in religious teachings. And we at ICR believe science and the Bible go together beautifully. It goes together like butter and bread. Science and the Bible, we say at ICR, are inextricably linked. Just like politics and corruption. You cannot separate the two. And so it's really sad that you have these two answers that respondents gave as to why they don't follow Christianity. Learning about evolution when they went away to college. And the second reply was lack of any sort of scientific or specific evidence of Creator. And so that's what we do at ICR. We show that you can trust the Bible from the very first verse. You can trust God's Word from the very first verse, and you can trust God's Word for your origin and your destiny as well. It's all there in the Scriptures. And so that's why we must build our worldview on the Bible, if I can get this right. And so we look to the Bible. We look to the Bible as our ultimate authority. And this is why we teach our children, don't we? As it says in Deuteronomy chapter 6, where it says that you shall teach them diligently to your children. That's why we appreciate so much having young people here this morning, so they can understand and really bring the biblical worldview into their particular worldview. And so we want to diligently teach our children. One of the things that my wife and I taught our 4 children is 1 Peter chapter 3 and verse 15, but sanctify the Lord God in your hearts and be ready always to give an answer. That's a Hebrew word, apologia, an apologetic, knowing why you believe what you believe, to every man that asketh you a reason of the hope that is in you with meekness and with fear. You want to do this diplomatically, don't you? As you share this apologetic with others as to why you believe that you were created in God's image just thousands of years ago, as opposed to this very strange idea, evolutionary naturalism, that says we all came from a fish. And as we say in Texas, I'm against it. Okay, I'm against this idea that says that we have fish in our genetic ancestry. We believe that fish were created as fish. See how easy science is? Fish were created as fish, people were created as people. And of course, the evolutionists say that fish came from invertebrates, that is, animals without a backbone, which then through millions of years, their origin was from bacteria or protozoa, single-celled creatures. And that's a fantastical religion, but that's not science. And so Darwin's Origin of the Species, this publication you see there, turned the Western world upside down with the strange idea that says that we have a tree of life, and if you go down this tree of life to the very beginning, you come to a single cell. That's very unscientific, folks. That's never been validated. That's never been shown to be true scientifically. It's an incredible religion. And so Darwin's Origin of the Species, when it was published in, does anybody know what year Darwin's book was published? 1859. So God's people should understand, first of all, that Darwin's book was published in 1859. Secondly, that it turned the Western world upside down with its implications, not because it was scientific. Well, why was Darwin's book so significant then? It's because it explained creation without a creator. It explained creation without a creator. That's why Darwin's book was so significant. It's not because it presented some scientific arguments that helped to validate or justify this strange idea of evolution. No. And so Darwin's book, and Darwinism in particular, we should understand, it was published in 1859. It turned the Western world upside down, and it explained creation without a creator. And it doesn't even enter into the field of what we call empirical science. So those are the three things that we want to remember on Earth Day. So Genesis, we believe at ICR, is the true origins account. Some people think Genesis is just a story, but all 50 chapters are written in what we call the historical narrative, the historical narrative Hebrew. And so we believe Genesis from the very first verse. Now, when you talk to a cosmologist, and everybody's really excited about the James Webb Space Telescope looking deeply, deeply into space, and it helps to validate and verify what we believe as Christians, the evolutionists are terrified in what the James Webb Space Telescope is finding, because it certainly does not validate what they have been teaching for decades and decades. But be that as it may, even the most secular scientist believes that this universe is composed of three parts, three entities. I'll name the first one, you name the second and the third. Okay, so we believe we live in a universe that is composed of time. What's the other two, class? Time, space, very good, and matter, excellent. Time, space, matter, universe. So a person can be totally secular and they would understand, yes, we live in a time, space, matter universe. There's no argument there. Well, what's that? Why is that so significant from a creation science perspective? Well, you look at Genesis chapter 1 and it says, in the beginning, that's the beginning of what? Time, very good. God created the heavens, space, and the earth. Matter. So in the first verse of the first chapter of the first book of the book of books, we find God, who has always existed, speaking into existence. We call that an ex nihilo creation, speaking into existence the time, space, matter universe. And I would submit to you that's a very, very significant thing. And so we believe Genesis from the very first verse. And by the way, is there any other major religion that begins like Genesis? Genesis begins with God, right? Genesis begins with God speaking the universe into existence. Now, I'm not denigrating any other religion here this morning, but just to share with you, the Bible is unique and set apart as to how it begins. Other religions begin with water, earth, fire, something like that, but not Genesis. Genesis begins with God speaking into existence, time, space, matter, universe. By the way, do we live in a universe or a multiverse? There's some hesitation there. We live in a universe, right? What does the prefix uni mean? One, right? But it's composed of time, space, and matter. So it's three in one. Whoa. Hey, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? 3 in 1. So we might share that. So let's say, for example, we have in the 1700s a sailing ship in the South Pacific that founders and sinks with all hands aboard. Only one individual escapes with his life to a desert island that is nearby. And he's washed up on shore of this desert island. He's the only survivor. He builds a lean-to that helps to protect him from the elements. And every morning he would get up and he would beachcomb. In other words, he would go along the beach looking for something that might have washed ashore from the wreck that happened a few days before. And after several weeks, he came across this, the captain's sea chest. This guy was excited. It looks like it's watertight, so he broke it open. And what do you suppose he found inside? He found the captain's Bible. And excitedly, he went back to his lean-to and he began to study and to read the Bible. He had never read it before. He was stuck on a desert island, and he began to read the Bible from Genesis to the maps. Thank you. Over and over again, he read the Bible, the Old Testament, New Testament, over and over as he waited for his rescue. Here's a question of the morning, class. Do you suppose after reading the last chapter of the book of Revelation, this individual would close the Bible and say, wow, I live on a planet that's 4.6 billion years old? No, As a matter of fact, what we see is nowhere in the Bible does it speak of millions of years. It simply is not found in Scripture. And we as God's people should place Scripture above science. Amen? We place Scripture above science. So when science and the Bible don't agree, we'll just wait for secular science to catch up to what Scripture teaches. Because God was there when? In the beginning. And so nowhere in the Bible does it speak of millions of years. And this is one of my favorite verses found in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 1. As he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since when? Since the world began. And so according to the priest Zacharias, God has been speaking through his prophets ever since the world began, not beginning billions of years after it began. So we believe that God created this universe and this planet and God's prophets all at the same time. The evolutionists say, no, this universe is billions and billions of years old, and therefore we find that God created that the universe existed billions of years ago. They don't believe in God, and that man came on the scene relatively recently. But that's not what the Bible teaches. In his, in his temple sermon, the Apostle Peter preached that God promised someday to restore all things which God hath spoken by the mouth of all his holy prophets since the world began. Acts chapter 3. So we find two places in the New Testament where two different people are telling us that God created God's prophets and the universe at the same time. And that's very, very important if we are going to believe the Bible over secular science. And so Psalm 14:1, I think, is something that we all are familiar with, that the fool has said in his heart that there is no God. And an atheist is someone who believes in the scientifically strange. And I'm not criticizing or making fun of the atheist, but they do believe that nothing created everything, that everything we see around us today came from nothing, okay? My question this morning is, how scientific is that? That everything came from nothing. In other words, if we all put on a white lab coat and went into a 21st century laboratory, can we somehow show that something can come from nothing? And of course, there's no experiment that we can do that would show how something can come from nothing. What does it take to believe that everything came from nothing? Faith. Somebody said faith. Absolutely right. And so it's faith not unlike that of the creationist, okay? So do we believe by faith that in the beginning God created? Shake your head like this. Yeah, you bet. What does it say in the book of Hebrews? The author of Hebrews says, for without faith, it's impossible to please him, meaning God, right? And so sometimes in the past I've had debates with evolutionists and they want to make fun of the creationists, that guy Sherwin who believes by faith that God created everything. But they have to believe the very same thing. That in the beginning for them there was nothing which became everything today. And I emphasize again that there's no scientific research that can validate how something can come from nothing. That takes faith. Now, if you were to leave here this morning believing, well, the creationists and evolutionists, they both require faith, I would be remiss. Because we would maintain at ICR that ours is a more reasonable faith. Ours is a more reasonable faith. So if you're taking notes, please write that down. The evolutionist has to believe everything came from nothing. Good luck. We believe by faith that God created everything. It's more reasonable that God was there when? In the beginning. In the beginning. We don't have to try and agonize over where God came from because Scripture teaches God has always existed. Remember what God said to Moses when Moses was there in the mountain? And when Moses asked God, who do I say sent me? What did God say? I am sent you. That's not bad grammar. God is telling Moses that he has always existed. I am sent you. And so we would urge people as they visit the Discovery Center, as we go to various creation science seminars, to learn to ask probing and critical questions in this whole war of the worldviews that we are engaged in. And so don't hesitate to ask probing and critical questions like ultimate origins, for example. Well, this is one of my favorite books out there in the bookstore out there. Just go through these doors. It's my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Gary Parker. He wrote Creation Facts of Life. It's gone through decades of reprints and all, but Gary has hit the nail on the head, because he is very much shows how the biblical case for creation lines up perfectly with science. And so I would urge you to get this book, get a couple of them, and share them with your friends and relatives. Gary's book talks about fossils, the origin of life, the nature of the cell that makes up, we are made up of trillions of cells, Mount St. Helens, Grand Canyon, it's all there in this easy to read, non-technical book. And so also, as I say, get several of them. This is the updated edition of the Fossil Record. Dr. John Morris and I wrote this book, and I never had so much fun writing a book as I did on writing the Fossil Record with Dr. John. I was able to write the appendix showing why the alleged missing links are nothing of the sort. What we like to say at ICR is the missing links are missing. See how easy science is? The missing links are missing. And so another thing that I urge you to kind of write down or keep in your mind there is that floods form fossils fast. Floods form fossils fast. The reason why we have such well-preserved fossils, trillions of fossils in the sedimentary rock layers throughout the earth, is due to the Genesis flood approximately 4,500 years ago. Floods form fossils fast. And we have some beautiful fossils there that I think document the Genesis flood occurring just thousands of years ago with soft dinosaur tissue. It almost sounds like an oxymoron, doesn't it? Soft dinosaur tissue, kind of like oxymoron, like airline food, right? Jumbo shrimp. Okay. Microsoft works. Thank you. Finally got a reaction there. But the fact is that floods form fossils fast, and what we find in the fossil record lines up so perfectly with the Genesis account of creation. Well, how about some of these statements here this morning, class? Is this a scientific statement? Help me out. Our bones and brains are composed of ancient atoms constructed by stellar fusion long before the solar system existed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an overtly religious statement, okay? They start talking about what happened before the formation of the solar system. Who's going to say they're wrong, scientifically speaking, right? And so this is nothing more than a religious statement that is written in a so-called science textbook, the book on oceanography. And so there's some real problems with that. This was said in 2016 because 4 years later, this is what astronomy.com had to say. And astronomy.com, the editors there are no friends of the creationists. They said carbon's origin. Well, they're talking about carbon in this statement here because carbon is the foundation for all organic molecules. And so they said carbon's origin is less clear. Some studies place its birth in larger stars that exploded, while other studies say just the opposite. So they really don't know at all. And some of the research that they're doing contradicts other evolutionary research. And so we, again, appeal to God's Word, one who was there in the beginning. So evolution is a religion. This is Musser et al. Means that there's 12 other evolutionists that agree with Musser. Musser is the primary author in this study done in the prestigious Science magazine. Science magazine is right up there with Nature magazine as being the most prestigious of all the scientific publications in the world today. And 13 evolutionists said, I can't say this without laughing, sponges represent our distant animal relatives. And how scientific is that? Okay, evolutionarily speaking, the evolutionists say sponges came about almost 500 million with a B, 500 million years ago. This is a typical sponge. And this is the incurrent and excurrent canals of the sponge. It's got mesoglea and spicules, and this is what I used to teach at Pensacola Christian College. And so it looked kind of animated, doesn't it? And I agree. It kind of reminds you of something else, but... But again, folks, this is a religious statement. This is not bound in science by any means, okay? So you can believe this if you want to, but it's not very scientific. So science is a systematic study of phenomena based on experimental investigation. Are we opposed at ICR to experimental investigation? Shake your head like this. No way. We are not opposed to that at all. We love science. I love science. I got an undergraduate degree in biology, a master's in zoology, specifically parasites. You don't have to go to France to study parasites. And so I look at parasites as being part of the curse, right? God cursed the earth with what, class? Weeds, thorns, thistles, I think probably parasites. How about mutations? Yeah. So God cursed the earth with weeds and thorns and thistles, probably parasites, mutations, definitely telemarketers, okay? And so the thing about empirical science is it is observable, testable, and repeatable. Do we disagree with that? No, this is good stuff here. We agree with this wholeheartedly. Yeah, observation, testing, and repeating. That's called empirical science. There's also historical science. Historical science in the beginning, okay, right? That's a one-time event that occurred in the unobserved past. We call it historical science. Creation was a one-time event that occurred in the unobserved past. It does take faith. Just like the evolutionist, it takes faith to say that sponges are our ancestor. Okay, we have sponges, but then to take a giant step and extrapolate and say that's our ancestor, that's unverified. That's religious. That's not science. And so I believe with this late evolutionist, Linus Pauling, a two-time Nobel Prize-winning scientist who said science is a search for truth. I love that statement. You know what? That's true. Science is a search for truth. One of my favorite verses when I share my faith with others is John 14 and verse 6. What does John 14:6 say? Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and that no one comes to the Father except by me. And so I certainly agree as a scientist, a creation scientist, that science is a search for truth. I believe the Lord Jesus is the creator, right? That he made the stars also, Genesis chapter 1. How many stars are there in the universe? Trillions upon trillions upon trillions. And again, the James Webb Space Telescope is verifying that. And so Jesus is the truth. And so when I do science, I'm trying to think God's thoughts after him. How satisfying is that? But the evolutionist is cynical, right? They don't believe in the truth. They believe that the truth is relative. The truth is subjective. Hey man, what's true for you may not be true for me. And some say the truth doesn't even exist. Why are you a scientist? Okay. And so that really is something that I think is counterproductive, to do investigation and research and yet maintain that the truth doesn't even exist. Well, Psalm 111 and verse 2 is also one of my favorite verses. The works of the Lord are great, sought out of all them that have pleasure therein. And certainly that's true. Design means a what, class? A designer. Creation means a creator, you bet. And so this is what we do at ICR. We look to the creator and trying to determine how he did it. So God has given us tools for inquiry, hasn't he? He's given us logic, right? Our 3-pound brain, the most sophisticated accumulation of matter in the known universe. And that's the logic he's given us. He's also given us observation. Have we used logic and observation this morning? Yeah, you use logic and observation every day. And so God has given us these tools for research that we can do. So using logic and observation, we would say that design means a designer. We wouldn't look at Mount Rushmore and say, wow, look what time and chance, weathering, and erosion has done to the side of that mountain. No, we would say, even though we didn't see the designer, even though we didn't see the creator, we would come to the logical conclusion that somebody had to make that, right? Welcome to creation science. Okay, so we can see Mount Rushmore, design means a designer. Let's look inside of our cells. We are made up of trillions of cells. Right now, as you're sitting here this morning, you have special enzymes. We've all heard of enzymes, right? They're protein molecules, and they're infinitely tiny, very, very tiny. They look kind of like a white of an egg. And this infinitely tiny piece of protein called an enzyme, right now as you're sitting here, is going down and up the DNA molecule of your trillions of cells, looking for what? Mistakes, looking for lesions, as we say in zoology, sometimes even mutations. And our DNA is constantly being corrupted by cosmic rays that are coming in and hitting our cells. We have to look at each other and be amazed that we've survived this long. But we've survived this long because of what God has created, and they're called repair enzymes. Those enzymes I was just talking about. These repair enzymes are repairing your DNA just as soon as they are corrupted by external environment and so forth. So that's really kind of neat. We can extrapolate and say design certainly means a designer. Romans chapter 1 and verse 20, the Apostle Paul said, "For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are not only seen," but look what Paul says. He adds an extra word here. He says, "clearly seen." The Sherwin translation is painfully obvious. Clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Please notice, the Apostle Paul is giving this warning. Not yours truly, not ICR. The Apostle Paul says that they are without excuse. And I like what Mom is saying to Calvin. Time for your bath, let's go. Calvin says, sorry, I'm in denial about baths. Fine, plonk, go ahead and deny it. Nobody respects my denial. And we would say that evolutionists are in denial of evidence for creation. The evidence for creation there, ladies and gentlemen, is painfully obvious. It is so clear. And so all we have to do is look at our hand, for example. Look at what the James Webb Space Telescope is discovering to see the case for creation. So the evolution of life, life coming from non-life, or more specifically, organic life coming from inorganic non-life. The evolution of life, and this is where people's cameras go up. They like this picture. The evolution of life is a faith, there it is, faith that unknown chemicals came together in an unknown way, at an unknown place, at an unknown time, using an unknown process to produce life. Welcome to evolution, at least when it comes to the origin of life. And is this why evolution is taught as a fact in American taxpayer-paid public schools? Right now, your tax dollars are being used to teach the next generation this. And as we say in Texas, I'm against it, okay? I think we should make way for good science and leave evolutionary naturalism by the door and just teach them good scientific principles. Well, science without debate is propaganda. I agree with that 100%. Science without debate is propaganda. Our school children in American public schools should be able to discuss the nature of science. And not without they don't have to bring the Bible up, of course. Just simply say, all right, evolution says this. Now, I'm unconvinced. Please explain to me. You don't have to bring up creation or the Creator. And remember, it's our tax dollars that are being used. This individual said, a fair result can be obtained only by fully stating and balancing the facts and arguments on both sides of each question. Wow, I agree with this statement 100%. And especially when American taxpayer-paid public schools. Now, here's a question of the morning. Who said that? Who said a fair result, et cetera, et cetera? I think the answer might surprise you. Charles Darwin said that. And I agree with Charles Darwin, at least in this minor example here, 100%. I was on CNN Live with Lou Dobbs years ago in San Diego. I went to his studio and I was debating an evolutionist. And I shared this quote with the millions of people watching CNN. And certainly that's true. Darwin said that. It's right there in his infamous book. So creation science is a science that is based on one who was there in the beginning, Genesis chapter 1, which talks about God creating after their kind, okay? After their kind, after their kind. How many times do we see that phrase, after their kind, in just Genesis chapter 1? Any theologians there? How many times? Answer, 10 times. 10 times God is telling us He created after their kind. Do you know why God was telling us that 10 times, at least how I feel about it? It's because He was telling us that He didn't use evolution. If He created after their kind, evolution simply is a no-show. He created after their kind. So God is telling us 10 times in one verse, in one chapter that he created after their kind. And so one of my favorite examples as we draw to a close are dogs, okay? We love dogs at ICR. And we have a dog at home too. Ginger the Wonder Dog, I call her. She's a Canardly dog. Have you ever seen those Canardly dogs? Yeah, Canardly, tell what kind of dog she is. Thank you. But whether they are, did you like that? Whether they are cold dogs or hot dogs, dogs have always been what, class? Dogs, okay. This was delicious. Okay. So dogs have always been dogs, okay? Just as what God tells us in Genesis chapter 1. He created after their what, class? After their kind, okay? So let's think about the most popular dog in America, Canada, Europe, most all the world, and that is the Labrador Retriever. How many different kinds of labs do we have? Well, here it is. Here's a golden lab, right? Any others, class? Well, there's a black lab, very good, the black lab, and one of my favorites, look at that, the chocolate lab, a little poopy too. Oh, yes, the chocolate lab, okay? Black lab, the white lab, as they call it, no. We have some strange neighbors in our cul-de-sac. We're pretty sure that they have a meth lab. But anyway, so we have to ask the question this morning, where did the domestic dogs come from, okay? Now, it seems so obvious that, where the domestic dogs came from, but when you talk to the evolutionist, they say the history of today's dogs is still contentious. That was said just a couple of years ago in 2015 by Mike Benton, who's no friend of the creationist. Well, let's get a little bit more recent and and look at 2020. This is just 3 years ago, where an evolutionary publication said, but where the dog comes from and how old various groups of dogs are is still a bit of a mystery. Let's keep that in mind when we talk about something as common as the puppy dog, which is ubiquitous here in the United States. Millions upon millions of dogs here in the United States, and the evolutionists don't know where they came from. Here it is, straight from the evolutionary community. So what about people? Human evolution is taught as a fact in taxpayer-paid public schools, but evolutionists don't know, look at this class, know how, when, what, or where, okay? But they just teach evolution as a fact of people. And in 2017, in New Scientist magazine, an overtly evolutionary publication, they said, over the past 15 years, almost every part of our story, every assumption about who our ancestors were and where we came from has been called into question. As I draw to a close here this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this quote and put that quote in American taxpayer-paid public school biology textbooks. Is there any teaching of the Bible here? Any reference to the supernatural? No. This is from an evolutionist, New Scientist magazine, and they are simply admitting what has been true in regard to so-called human evolution. There's plenty of room in American taxpayer-paid biology textbooks for the public school to take a quote like this and let the students see that this idea of human evolution is highly, highly questionable. And so that's what we would maintain. When you look at the narrative for hominin origins, it's just a big mess. Here's another quote for the American public school textbooks. There's no consensus whatsoever, said Sergio Amilcar, a senior research scientist in the American Museum of Natural History, a more secular environment you will never see than the American Museum of Natural History. Of anthropology and lead author of the review. This was said just 2 short years ago. And so, again, when we look to the American public schools, I think students should see something like this, right? Again, there's no teaching of biblical creation there whatsoever. It's letting the students see that this idea of human evolution is extremely questionable. So, people have always been what, class? People have always been people. There's horizontal variation, right? There's varieties of people, and there's no question there. And there's variety of roses. There's approximately 13,000 identifiable varieties, that is, cultivated hybrids of roses throughout the world. But what are they? 100% roses. In other words, there's no vertical evolution. So do we believe in minor variation? Yeah, of course we do. Of course we do. But we don't believe in macroevolution, the particles to people idea, the fish to philosopher, the molecules to man. We don't buy into that because that's unbiblical and it's also unscientific. We've yet to see something like that. So, Joel, how many minutes do I have? Am I about done? 2 minutes, good. All right, 2 minutes. So there's no real vertical evolution. That's what we call macroevolution. What we don't see is one kind of animal turning into another kind of animal. You don't see something like this, right? So we don't see that. We find that people have always been people, birds have always been birds, fish have always been fish. All right. So, folks, that was my introduction. Unfortunately, we have 60 seconds left to get into the scientific evidence for creation. But I think by now you can appreciate that the case for creation, I think, is pretty solid. This is a book written by two atheists 25, 30 years ago called Rare Earth. And sometimes evolutionists like to say that we inhabit no unique place in the universe. I would disagree to that. These two secular authors writing this book, Rare Earth, also beg to differ. Earth is very special according to their well-researched book. Since this today is being looked at upon as what? Earth Day, right. So here are some examples. Life cannot exist on a planet that rotates too fast or too slow. This is yet another Goldilocks problem for astrobiologists to consider. Do you realize our Earth is rotating at just the right speed? Faster or slower, and we simply wouldn't be here. That was said in 2014. How about the location of this planet in our solar system? It's, as Goldilocks says, is, you got to say it in a higher voice. Just right. So we're in what they call the habitable zone. Too cold or too hot? No, we're right in the specific area, this habitable zone. Well, what about the moon? Well, the moon is incredibly sophisticated as it rotates or orbits the Earth in what we call a binary. Okay, so the Earth is here, the moon is orbiting the Earth. As the Earth-Moon system, the binary is going around the sun. How long does it take to go around the sun? 365 days. See how easy science is? Science is so easy. 365 days, okay? And so two secular researchers that have no theological axe to grind looked at the moon and realized the moon is just the right distance, just the right composition, just the right mass, just the right rotation. Everything about the moon, folks, is just right. So you know what they did? They wrote a book. They wrote a book. And you know what the title is? Well, here it is. Who built the moon? Now, I mentioned that they're not fundamentalists, they're not Bible-believing Christians, they're atheists, but they're intellectually honest enough to say somebody had to build the moon. You know why they're saying that? Because it looks designed. That takes us back to Romans chapter 1 and verse 20, where the Apostle Paul said what? Life, the case for creation is clearly seen. Romans chapter 1 and verse 20. Clearly seen. So clearly seen that these two secular authors say somebody had to have made the moon. And by the way, did you know they found life on the moon? There are insects on the moon. Nobody knows that. Scientists are calling them lunatics. Its unusual size and especially its Earth-like chemical composition have always been a mystery. This is said in 2018, just recently. Everything about the moon seems to be designed. The moon's origin remains puzzling, according to National Geoscience magazine in 2017. So they simply don't know anything about the moon except that it is exquisitely designed. And design means a designer. Creation means a Creator. Well, that was my introduction. Unfortunately, I don't have any more time to get into the nuts and bolts of the case for creation, but I think you can appreciate the case for creation is being made here this morning, and we have an entire bookstore out there that will help to answer any of the questions you might have. Joel, what do I do now? Just go ahead and, what's that? What? Okay. All right, so that's it. Thank you very much. And I'll turn it over to Trey.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Sherwin. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. There's restrooms back there. You can visit the bookstore, sign up for Acts and Facts in the back. But we'll be back here at 11:15 to hear more of Dr. Sherwin's science and jokes at 11:15. So please return at 11:15. We'll see y'all in a few minutes. and YouTube channel.
Okay.
So you got a couple minutes. All right. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming back to see this next little talk for us. We, of course, will have Dr. Frank Sherwin. Before he comes out, I just want to remind you of a couple of things. If you are not already signed up for our Acts and Facts and Days of Praise, please do so. We have physical sign-up sheets kind of all over the place. There's one back there. You can also sign up online. We also have several podcasts that are available and a YouTube channel. You can find us at ICR Science on YouTube and pretty much every other social media platform if you're into that. And also our podcasts are on Spotify, Amazon, Google, Apple, anywhere you get your podcasts, you can find us there. So we are about to hear again from Dr. Sherwin. He will be speaking on the wonderful oceans. I, for one, am terrified of the oceans. You will not catch me in the ocean unless there is like a cruise ship underneath me, because that terrifies me. Not so much for Frank. So we'll hear from Dr. Sherwin here, and y'all give him a big round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Trey. And again, welcome to the ICR Discovery Center. And we are discussing the oceans here. And I really love the oceans, and I'm an authority on the oceans because I made 3 cruises with my uncle, Uncle Sam. I was in the Navy. So I was on an aircraft carrier, USS Constellation, which is now rusting up in the Pacific Northwest, but I got saved in the Navy. So the oceans and the Navy are very special for me because that's where I was, as Scripture says, John chapter 3, born again. And so we'll look at the mighty, wonderful oceans here. I like what Psalm 93 says, "The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea." And so that's a good way to introduce the incredible oceans here. And when you talk to the evolutionists and you ask them, well, where did the waters for the ocean come from? They would reply, the source of Earth's water has been a long-standing mystery. They simply don't know. Now, we as God's people know and understand because God was there in the beginning, and he told us very, very clearly about the creation as we read about in the book of beginnings, the book of Genesis. But in 2019, they said it's been a long-standing mystery. And Earth should have little or no water, according to evolutionists. According to secular models of solar system formation, Earth, as an inner solar system planet, should have little or no water. And yet here we are on Earth that's about what? 73% water. The twin planet for Earth is what? Does anybody know what Earth's twin is? It's Venus. And Venus is Earth's twin, and yet the surface of Venus is over 600 degrees Fahrenheit. So obviously there's no water on Venus, and yet it's been called Earth's twin. And so immediately we see that Earth is very, very unique in this perspective. So that's evidence of creation, that here we are in this inner solar system planet that is absolutely soaking wet with water. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good, according to Genesis chapter 1. 330 million cubic miles of ocean covering nearly 75% of this planet. What is the average depth of the ocean? It would kind of surprise you, the average depth. Answer is 2.5 miles down. So that's the average depth of the ocean. Plenty of water for what? A flood, maybe, about 4,500 years ago, the year-long Genesis flood, plenty of water for the Genesis flood. And so we find that the water that makes Earth a majestic blue marble was here from when? In the beginning. In the beginning. And so back when I was in school in I was taught that the water from the earth came from cosmic water balloons, comets and asteroids that had water and peppered the earth for millions and millions of years with some of the water in the asteroids or the comets. But that is an idea that has fallen into disfavor even with the most agnostic and atheist of earth scientists. according to a new study of ancient meteorites that scientists reported. So they're finding out now that Earth always had water and didn't slowly accrue water for over millions and millions of years. Well, that might remind you of Genesis chapter 1 and verse 2. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the what, class? Waters, right. So the waters were there when? In the beginning. See how easy science is? In the beginning. And so here is a picture of Earth taken 22,000 miles out in space by a weather satellite. And so using pictures from this weather satellite, again 22,000 miles out in space, we can see why Earth is called the water planet. And this is what it was said in March of 2019, the Royal Astronomical Society, no friend of the creationists. Look what they said, class. The sheer strength of Earth's magnetic field helps to maintain liquid water on our blue planet's surface, thereby making it possible for life to thrive. When I read a statement like that, I think of what the Apostle Paul said in Romans chapter 1 and verse 20, that God's creation is not only seen, but it's clearly seen. Here we have a quote from an organization that is no friend of the creationist, and yet they are making a case for creation. Look what else has been said by a textbook on oceanography taken in 2016. The planet must be large enough that its gravity will keep the atmosphere and ocean from drifting off into space. Well, I hate it when that happens, but we find that doesn't, simply because the design of this planet, and design means a designer. Creation means a creator. See how easy science is? Science is so easy. And so here's another picture of the Earth from the same weather satellite showing that there is plenty of water on Earth. So let's look at one drop of, just take a drop from the oceans that we see here, and we'll magnify it 25 times, and this is what it looks like. So I like to distance swim. It seems that if I get near the ocean, I go out and do a lot of swimming there, and I hate to think how much water I have swallowed in the past from the ocean there, and down the hatch. And so a single sand grain harbors up to 100,000 microorganisms from the thousands of species. So that's just a single sand grain. You know, when you're eating a sandwich on the beach and it's kind of crunchy with all of that sand and everything else? Well, sand-dwelling bacteria play an important role in the marine ecosystem. The sand acts as an enormous purifying filter. An enormous purifying filter. It's almost like God designed it that way. I think so. Romans chapter 1 and verse 20. God's creation is clearly seen. And by the way, there's more creation evidence, and we see that plankton, the very, very tiny animals that make up the foundation of the food web, supply half of the atmosphere's oxygen. So every other breath that you're taking this afternoon is from plankton, from the ocean there. So that's today's fun fact. So the Apostle Paul, talking in Acts chapter 14, look what he said. Men, why are you doing these things? We are also men with the same nature as you, and preach unto you that you should turn from these useless things, these vanities, to the living God. So here Paul is giving his apologetic to the agnostics and the Epicureans and Stoics and the atheists there in Mars Hill, and he's talking about the living God, the one and true living God, who, look at this, made heaven, the earth, the sea, and all things that are in them. So what is Paul doing here in Acts chapter 14, class? He is taking these Epicureans and Stoics, he's taking these atheists and agnostics back to Genesis. He is taking them back to Genesis. We are living in a society today that are very much like the people that Paul is preaching to, as you see in that picture there. We are living in an era when most of the people in the United States don't go to church anymore. And when you use the word God to people who are non-believers, they simply say, what God? And so we are living in a time very much like the time of the Apostle Paul. What did Paul do? In Acts 14, he took them back to Genesis. I would suggest, and it's only a suggestion, as we share our faith, we take those people back to Genesis, back to the beginning, showing people they have been created in God's image and they didn't come from a fish. And that's what I taught my children, and all that this idea of the tree of life giving rise to all the varieties and variations, all from a single cell that came from non-living material about 1 billion years ago, is without scientific merit, and obviously it is not biblical. And so it says in Psalm 104, O Lord, how manifold are thy works. In wisdom hast thou made them all. The earth is full of thy riches. So is this great and wide sea, wherein all things creeping innumerable, both small and great beasts. So here the psalmist is making the case for creation, looking at the ocean and everything that is in the ocean. And boy, do we have all sorts of variety and variation of creatures, both vertebrates and invertebrates, plants as well in the ocean. For example, the blue whale. I'll start with the biggest, okay? I love blue whales. Now, are they fish or mammals? Mammals, very good. So blue whales are mammals. Their heart weighs a half a ton. 1/2 ton heart. Boy, when that thing beats, you can hear it, okay? And their tongue weighs 2 tons. Try and say that fast. 2-ton tongue. 2-ton tongue. And the calves, when they are born underwater, nursed from 7 to 8 months, drinking 100 gallons of milk a day. Wow, okay? And the milk comes from the mama, something called abdominal mammary slits. Now, these abdominal mammary slits are a wonder of engineering, because betwixt the abdominal mammary slits is the nipple. And so the calf has to get between the abdominal mammary slits, get to the nipple, and then the mama whale squirts this milk into the calf there. Now, that sounds very kind of simplistic. It's not. As a matter of fact, it is very complex. How complex is it? It's so complex that zoologists still don't know how exactly it occurs. In other words, how is it that the calf doesn't get mouthfuls of seawater? Now, seawater has a lot of what we call ions and various other kinds of minerals. And it really messes up a person's electrolyte balance. That's why it's not a good idea to drink seawater, because of all the ions and minerals and electrolytes and everything else that you find in typical seawater. But the calf somehow does not drink the seawater. It just drinks a mama's milk in a way that zoologists still do not understand. And Hickman and 4 of his fellow authors said in a zoology textbook way back in the year 2020, they said the fossil record is silent on the appearance of mammary glands. When mammary glands show up, they are complete and fully formed and ready to function. That's true with mammals on land and the mammals in the ocean as well. The fossil record is silent as to their alleged evolution. So the calf may gain up to 50 pounds per day. Well, that's not surprising, since it's drinking about 100 gallons of milk daily. No wonder it gains so much weight. So look at this. What is this, class? Don't say fish. What is it? Rainbow trout, exactly right, rainbow trout. And the reason I put that there is because a rainbow trout can easily swim in the major blood vessels of the blue whale. Don't try that at home. Now, I'm not kidding. A year ago, I was giving this presentation, and during the Q&A, a dear lady said, "Now, why would a blue trout, a trout, rainbow trout, be swimming in the blood vessel?" She took me literally, but this is just an example as to the diameter of the blood vessels. Okay, so don't go home saying that crazy creationist says there's trout fish that are swimming in the blue whale vessels. Okay, so whale blowholes are connected directly to the lungs, so the whale can take in a mouthful of water and breathe at the same time. Well, that's kind of a neat trick, isn't it? And so again, we see creative design and organization, this engineering in the whale, a good example of God's creation. And here is a man finally finding his way out of a blue whale heart after being stuck there for 4 days. And okay, well, anyway, So baleen whales appeared during the late Eocene, but evidence of their early evolution, look at this class, remains sparse and controversial. When was that said? 2018, very, very recently. They still don't know the evolutionary ancestors of whales. Guess why? Because they never existed. They never existed. Whales have always been whales. And so this is what they said back in 2018. Whale evolution is an oxymoron. You simply don't have the evolution of whales. They have always been whales. And this is what? Does anybody know what this is? This curtain here. I'll give you a hint. It's made of the same substance as your nails. It's called baleen. Very good. And so this is a baleen. And so a whale will take in a mouthful of seawater and then strain out that seawater by way of this baleen curtain. And what's left behind is the krill and the tiny shrimp and the plankton. And then it uses its 2-ton tongue to sweep the krill and the plankton off of the baleen. And that's how they survive. Well, God created whales. This is a creature that evolutionists maintain evolved into a whale. And you can see it looks very much like a whale. Evolutionists maintain that land-living carnivores entered the sea around 50 million years ago and became whales, okay? This is what Michael Benton said in a textbook that I've read through, I suppose, 2 or 3 times since 2015. And he is an English atheist, what we call a paleontologist, and a vertebrate paleontologist. He said, quote, looking at the great blue whale, 30 meters long, or fast-swimming dolphin, it's hard to what, class? Imagine how they evolved from terrestrial mammal ancestors, and yet that's what happened. That's what happened. All right. That's not a compelling scientific evidence. This is called dogma right here. And so, you know, he can go ahead and say that if he wants, but there's no compelling scientific evidence, at least in the field of vertebrate paleontology, that this transition from this creature to a blue whale ever existed. And the American Museum of Natural History kind of agrees with what creationists have been maintaining. And the American Museum of Natural History in New York is no friend of the Bible-believing Christian. They said this 2 years ago in 2021, so I'm not going back to the 1970s. Quote, but how and when cetacean ancestors became fully aquatic remains a subject of not only debate, but what does it say there? Intense debate. Intense debate. Whales have always been whales. Land animals have always been land animals, okay? And so the American Museum of Natural History, to admit that it's perfused with intense debate, is a significant admission, and I appreciate that they said that. Whale shark, what we call the gentle marine giant. They can live well over a century. They're the largest of the living fish species, and the younger whale sharks like to play with divers, and divers have never been hurt. They're a very, very mellow creature, the whale shark. More than 90% of the ocean's biosphere is deep, and most of this remains unexplored. Well, no surprise there, because the deeper you go, the pressure increases, right? And it gets darker and darker, and you're in a cold, saline environment. So everything is working against you if you want to do some real original research there and design the mechanisms for getting down the ocean, doing that exploration. What is the biggest problem? Answer: money. Who's going to pay for all of that, okay? And it's going to take a lot of money, and it's going to take mechanisms and technology to get way down there. Remember, the average depth of the ocean is 2.5 miles. The oceans host life at all depths and across the widest ranges of conditions, and they represent a huge reservoir of undiscovered biodiversity. For example, this. Have you ever eaten at Fuzzy Tacos? How about this? What is that? Well, you know, you almost ask an animal, vegetable, or mineral. I mean, what is it? But I saved the best until last, at least in these examples, because they sent down a special cage. It went down 2 miles, and a creature went in there, and they brought it back up. And this creature was not amused. It was fat, dumb, and happy 2 miles down. They opened up the cage, and this is what they saw. This has been called the world's ugliest animal, and I tend to agree. Okay, it might remind you of this. Okay. Well, how about the carnivorous harp sponge? I thought that somebody was joking, but there's actually something called a carnivorous harp sponge. We've only seen 1% of Monterey Bay. I've been to Monterey Bay a couple of times when I was working with ICR out in the West Coast, and it's still one of the most well-studied regions of Earth in deep water. And this researcher said, I can look out over the waters of the Monterey Bay Aquarium and imagine thousands of species out there yet to be discovered. This is said back in 2012. Here's another picture of the carnivorous harp sponge. It looks, again, you ask the innocent question, animal, vegetable, or mineral? What is that? It is a very, very strange creature. And a Japanese spider crab. It can reach a leg span of 13 feet, claw to claw. It can weigh over 40 pounds. And it has a gentle disposition and can be raised in a very, very big aquarium, okay? Because it has a leg span of 13 feet. And so where do you suppose you would find this? I'll give you a hint. Look at the top. Japan. See how easy science is, okay? Japan also is found in some areas off the coast of Oregon and other places. It seems to be in the northern latitudes there. But when somebody says a 40-pound crab, I think of two things. 40-pound crab, okay, so that's what I think. Plus, I'd like to study the parasites of crabs, but we won't get into that, okay? But how about shark evolution? Sharks evolved from non-sharks, right? Shake your head like this. No, sharks have always been sharks, okay? Over 500 species of sharks, ranging from the 49-foot whale shark to the 1-foot dwarf shark. Darwinists insist that sharks evolved from non-sharks in the past. But here it is, folks. Conflicting interpretations are the rule. As I've done my study as a zoologist, I find that sharks have always been sharks. Barbara Stahl said in 1985, all right, I admit it's an old quote. I'm using her quote to make a point. She said, surprisingly little is known about the origin of the sharks. Then we jumped to 2011, and an atheist out of Australia, John Long, said, quote, the origin of sharks is still shrouded in mystery. Thank you. 1985, 2011, they still don't know where sharks came from. And here we are in 2023, they still don't know the origin of sharks. And I enjoy, as I say, distance swimming in the ocean. I've done quite a bit of it and all, but I am terrified by one particular shark. And, you know, sharks are sharks. They eat anything. And it's called the cat shark. And you can hear the cat shark coming. It has a very characteristic sound, and it just terrifies me. We can have fun this morning, right? Okay. Cat shark. And so the sea scorpion, fortunately, as far as we know, is extinct. And here's a 6-foot man and the sea scorpion, one of the largest invertebrates in the world, in what we call the pre-flood world. This is a world before the flood, over 4,500 years ago. These were, as far as they can tell, ubiquitous. And the sea scorpion, and one time a friend of mine said, well, Frank, you can show that, but you need to have it documented, okay? This is just a picture. And so can you find somewhere where they say that the sea scorpion gets to be that big? Well, this is a New York State conservationist in 2013. They said, and I quote, some species, and they're talking about the sea scorpion, it's an arthropod, it has pair-jointed appendages and a chitinous exoskeleton, up to 9 foot long, the largest arthropods ever. So I'm glad that it is extinct, right? Okay. Those who go down to the sea in ships, who do business on the great waters, they see the works of the Lord and his wonders in the deep. Psalm 107. I love that verse. And so we find that there have been explorers going down almost 6 miles into the Mariana Trench to do research, and they are finding living creatures wherever they go in God's oceans. And these creatures are designed to inhabit these kinds of depths of the ocean. In January 1960, Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh and Jacques Piccard descended to the bottom of the Challenger Deep, more than 35,800 feet down, the deepest spot in the ocean. And that was back in 1960. And you ought to read a story about this. It gives you sweaty palms as you read about how they started going down there. They got halfway down. Guess what happened? It's a 2-layer plexiglass porthole, smaller one, and the outer plexiglass cracked. And they were only halfway down, so they stopped. Good idea. And they started talking to the ship above them, saying, well, what do we do? And they said, let's keep going. So they did. They kept going down, and they came down to the bottom kind of fast, and they kind of sent up silt, and silt came up around them. They couldn't see much of anything, but obviously they knew that they were at the bottom of the what they call the Mariana Trench. And so Kelly Walsh, who is the son of Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh, is the 12th person to visit the Mariana Trench floor, the same as the number of Apollo moonwalkers. I thought that was kind of interesting. The 12-hour dive on June 20th, 2020, 3 years ago, saw him reach a depth of approximately 6.8 miles. So that's kind of interesting there, and it's a very inhospitable environment, just as inhospitable and expensive to get down there, almost as going to the moon. So there are certainly bizarre new sea creatures. In the pitch black Atacama Trench, located up to 7 miles below the ocean surface, we are seeing all sorts of bizarre and strange animals that, I hasten to add, has nothing to do with evolution. One 2018 publication out of England said, quote, "They are extremely fragile and melt rapidly when brought to the surface." And so they are designed for the depths of the ocean. Just an amazing survey of animals in God's creation. Well, out in the bookstore, we have both a book and a DVD about the oceans. If you might avail yourself, buy the two together, and I think you'll enjoy the case for creation when we look at the oceans. So what about the features of the ocean? Matthew Fontaine Murray is one of my heroes because he was a Navy officer, and he was also an ocean pioneer, and he loved the Lord. He was a creation scientist. He wrote the first classic work on modern oceanography called the Physical Geography of the Sea in 1855. He read in Psalm 8. He was in a catastrophic carriage accident in the 1800s, the middle 1800s, and he had to convalesce at a Navy hospital for months, and he was laid up for months, and he started reading and studying the scriptures, and he read in Psalm 8 that whatsoever passeth through the paths of the sea, he believed that if scripture said that there were paths in the seas, then there were, and he set out to find them, and he found these. Now, we understand that sailors before Matthew Fontaine Murray knew about some currents and all, but Matthew Fontaine Murray was the one who really did the investigation and the research and went into depth, no pun intended, into looking at these currents of the ocean. And his publication, Physical Geography of the Sea, was so significant, they built a memorial for him in the East Coast. Matthew Fontaine Murray. And so this is significant. It shows that creation scientists can do all sorts of scientific investigation and research without bowing at the altar of Darwin. Well, ocean currents can flow for thousands of miles, as Murray found out, and together they create the great flow of the global conveyor belt, which plays a dominant part in determining the climate of many of the Earth's regions. And of course, this gets into the moon and the moon's connection with the oceanic tides that occur twice in a 24-hour period. Daily tides caused by the moon help to avoid oceanic stagnation. Do you ever think about that? Unless the ocean waters are working their way back and forth through daily tides, the oceans would fast become stagnant. But the waters are mixed due to the tides, bringing oxygen to stagnant pools and stirring up nutrients. And it's all due to the designed moon that we have. And again, in 2017, a secular publication said in regard to the moon that its origin remains enigmatic or puzzling. The moon is exactly where it's supposed to be to give us the kind of tides, the exact kind of tides that we need for the survival of species on this planet. Think about the moon if it was a little bit larger. If the moon was larger than it is, yeah, we would still have tides, but the tides would wash halfway across the continent twice a day. And I hate it when that happens, okay? But if the moon were too small, you would not have the thorough mixing of the stagnant waters of the ocean either. And so God, in his infinite wisdom, has designed the moon to be exactly the density it's supposed to be to give us the kind of tides that we are so important. Well, you can't talk about the oceans without talking about the Genesis flood. And God said to Noah, the end of all flesh has come before me. The earth is filled with what, class? Earth is filled with violence. And that phrase is used twice in one verse in the opening chapters of Genesis. Through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth, according to Genesis chapter 6. And the 2 Peter chapter 3 said, for this they willfully forget that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, by which the world that then existed perished, being flooded with water. So here we have the Apostle Peter agreeing with what it says in the opening chapters of Genesis, that this planet suffered a catastrophic worldwide flood. Now, of the remaining, the oceans cover almost 75% of the planet. The remaining 23% of dry land, 75% of that dry land is covered with what we call sedimentary rock units. Maybe you've heard of that. Sedimentary rock. Sedimentary rock is composed of sandstone, limestone, and shale. Sounds like a law firm. But anyway, sandstone, limestone, and shale make up what we call sedimentary rock, rock laid down by running water, like you'd get with a flood. Yeah, a flood could do something like that. A really big flood. The oceans are composed of Genesis floodwaters that God used to judge a world 4,500 years ago. And so this is one of my favorite books by the late John Morris, a dear friend of mine. And Johnny wrote about unlocking the Earth's geologic history by studying the global flood. And the global flood helps to explain what we see in the sedimentary rock units. John has done a phenomenal job. Again, this is one of my favorite books and of describing just what the global flood has done and what we find today. It's available out there in the bookstore. And this is again from Michael Benton, the English atheist, a vertebrate paleontologist out of England. He wrote this in 2015 on page 262. He said, and I quote, over the years, more than 100 hypotheses, that is guesses, ideas, 100 hypotheses have been presented for the extinction of the dinosaurs. I didn't know it was that many, but I believe that what Benton was saying there, that was significant. 100 hypotheses have been presented for a dinosaur extinction, but there's one that's missing. Guess which one that is? A really big flood, okay? A big flood, and this planet called the water planet, the average depth of the ocean is 2.5 miles. 73 to 75% of this planet is inundated with liquid water, and yet these 100 hypotheses, these guesses, ignore the idea of a worldwide flood, as we see from this weather satellite 22,000 miles out in space taking these pictures. Yeah, but if what you do is, if you look at the sedimentary rock units, and here we have two technicians digging out dinosaur fossils from what kind of rock class? Sedimentary rock, sedimentary rock. And so here we find disarticulated, that means broken up dinosaurs, kind of like you would get if they were caught up in a flood. A flood could do something like that. And then catastrophically buried in the sedimentary rock units right there. So this is the most obvious explanation, and it's the 100 hypotheses or guesses that ignore this. And yet this is the most obvious. It's what I like to say, painfully obvious. Genesis chapter 6 through 8 clearly teaches a flood of worldwide extent. A simple reading of these chapters. Remember, the Apostle Paul says in Corinthians that God is not the author of confusion, and he's not. And so God has clearly described the events of the flood. A simple reading of these chapters leads the reader to conclude that God had Noah prepare an ark to withstand a devastating cataclysmic event. Indeed, there are at least 30 statements of the universal character of the flood and its effects found in the book of Genesis. And so here we have not a record of 600 million years of slow and gradual evolution. So if you were to go to the Perot Museum here in Dallas or the American Museum of Natural History in New York, they will show something like this. It's called the geologic column, and they would say it took over 600 million years to lay down the sediments of this geologic column. But we would turn that on its head and say, according to one who was there in the beginning, God has judged this planet with a worldwide flood, and what we see is the results of the flood here and the end of the flood at the top. So we find that these rock layers were laid down rapidly as described in Genesis chapter 6 through 8. All of these fossils you see here, how many fossils? Trillions. Trillions of fossils. One of my favorite fossils is something called the trilobite. And the trilobite is ubiquitous, at least in the lower levels, the Cambrian system, as they call it, and up to the Ordovician of the geologic column. As a matter of fact, 1/2 of all of the invertebrate fossils that you find in the Cambrian are some kind of trilobites. They are also arthropods. They have paired jointed appendages, a chitinous exoskeleton. They were buried so rapidly, so quickly during the Genesis flood that paleontologists, those who study fossils, are able to determine the structure of the eye of a trilobite. And they have come to the conclusion that the trilobite eye is exquisitely designed. Very, very complex. So it can see through the air-water interface. And so I love trilobites, and the fact that trilobites have always been trilobites. See how easy science is? Trilobites have always been trilobites. They didn't evolve from some non-trilobite ancestor. When we find them in the fossil record, by the way, they are the first to be buried during the flood. They are what we call ocean bottom dwelling creatures. If the Genesis flood came along, then they would be the first ones to be buried during a worldwide flood. Very sophisticated. In 2018, a secular publication talked about a German ichthyosaur fossil is also unusual in that it appears to have fossilized very quickly. Stop right there. Fossilized very quickly. Could you write this down if you're taking notes? Floods form fossils fast. Science is so easy. Floods form fossils fast. Remember that? Floods form fossils fast. Fossilized very quickly, preserving soft tissues before they rotted away. Boy, that sounds like a very rapid fossilization event, like you would get with a there we go, a flood. And that was said just in 2018, very recently. And here it is. This is an ichthyosaur right here. This is what we call a marine reptile. Sometimes people say a swimming dinosaur, and that would be incorrect. There's no such thing as swimming dinosaurs. These are marine reptiles. And also, we have flying reptiles. Sometimes people say they're flying dinosaurs, and they're not. They're flying reptiles. So it's something to kind of keep in mind. Again, if you're taking notes, this is a good quote. The worldwide mountain-covering deluge would have deposited most of the world's fossil-bearing rock. Not every fossil you find would be the result of the Genesis flood. It's kind of hard to determine, but we would say that floods form fossils fast, and a great majority of the fossils are the result of the Genesis flood approximately 4,500 years ago. Question: how long was the Genesis flood? Don't say 40 days and 40 nights. How long was the Genesis flood? A little over 1 year. Very good. A young man down here said 1 year. That's correct. And so the flood was 1 year or a little bit more in duration. And of course, 40 days and 40 nights of that were the rain. So that is my presentation. I won't get into that. And so I think we're about done here this morning, and I would ask that you avail yourself to the rest of the displays that we find throughout the Discovery Center. There's a lot of information that you can read about in the various computer displays. If you read each one of the displays in the computer, you'll be here for about a week. But there's all sorts of evidence for creation and more specifically, a biblical creation. So I want to thank you for coming out on this very special Creation Day. And remember that floods form, fossils fast. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Sherman. Okay, guys, it's about lunchtime, and I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. So just a couple of things. We do have some restaurants that are nearby that if you go to the front desk, they can recommend some that are that we recommend to y'all to go visit. And the Discovery Center exhibit hall will be open. And of course, there's a planetarium shows. You can visit the Discovery store. I do want to remind you that there will be a Q&A this afternoon. And so if you can text ICR to 833-626-2572. That's 833-626-2572. And then text your question. We can get that answered this afternoon at the Q&A. We'll meet back here at 1:15. We will have one more presentation by Dr. Jake Heber. I'm really excited about this one. He's really excited about this one. He is one of the most passionate speakers that you will ever hear. So I encourage y'all to come back and listen to him after lunch. For now, we'll see y'all in about an hour. Thank y'all. 833-626-2572 is that number. All righty, guys. Welcome back. How was lunch? Good. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, we're going to hear today from Dr. Hebert. But before I introduce him, I just want to remind you that we are going to have a Q&A after this session. So if you have any questions, please text ICR to 833-626-2572. And then you can text your question in afterwards. We have received a couple, but we know that there are more questions. For those of you in our online audience, that goes for you as well. You can also text that number and ask your question. All right, so Dr. Hebert's going to come out and speak about climate change and the Christian. Now, Dr. Hebert is a physicist. His area of expertise lands in the ice age, ice cores, cold things. So he's very passionate about this topic, and it's a great talk. So we look forward to hearing from him. Without further ado, let's give Dr. Hebert a round of applause.
Should be a warning that just because something sounds good or sounds sciencey doesn't necessarily mean you should jump on the bandwagon. And by the way, everything they said was true. Water is the major substance in acid rain. Okay, it does contribute to global warming. It's a greenhouse agent, and yes, it is fatal if you inhale it. Okay, that was all true, but you still don't want to ban it. Okay, so why are they concerned about this? Well, carbon dioxide is what we call a greenhouse gas. It's very good at absorbing and emitting what we call infrared radiation. Okay, if things that are like for your body, for instance, is giving a lot of infrared radiation off, and the Earth is radiating it as well. So you have visible and ultraviolet light coming from the sun. It passes through our atmosphere. It gets absorbed by the Earth. The Earth warms up, and then the Earth gives off this infrared radiation. And those greenhouse agents are very good at absorbing and re-emitting that. And so a lot of that infrared gets sent back down. It never really escapes the atmosphere. Now, most everybody in this debate agrees that if you were to simply double the amount of atmospheric carbon dioxide, Earth's average surface temperature would increase 1 degree Fahrenheit if everything else stays the same. Okay, the problem is everything else probably won't stay the same. The climate system is very complicated. If you change one thing, that changes something else, which changes something else. And so predicting what the net effect is going to be after everything settles down is not easy. It's not trivial. And there's a quantity called equilibrium climate sensitivity, and this is the heart of the global warming debate. Okay, people who are worried about this issue think that climate sensitivity is high. They think that after all the feedbacks respond to that change, you're going to have a big temperature increase, things are going to be out of control, and we're going to have out of control global warming. Now, the people who aren't worried, they think climate sensitivity is low. And so if you have an increase, an initial increase, there's going to be some negative feedbacks that kind of pull everything back to equilibrium and keep everything from getting out of control. Okay? So there are those who are very worried about this issue. I may inadvertently call them climate alarmists. I don't mean that pejoratively. We're going to see here in this discussion that if equilibrium climate sensitivity is high, you should be alarmed and you should be worried. But what I'm going to suggest here is I don't think there's any good reason to believe that climate sensitivity is high. Okay, so what should we as Christians make of this issue? Well, I would urge us all to just keep cool. Okay, we don't need to panic on this. And this afternoon, I want to give you 5 reasons to keep cool on the subject of global warming. The first is that much of the concern over this issue is tied to a belief in evolution. And it's true in a lot of ways. There's a denial of God's sovereign care. Okay, now, since our planet was designed by an all-knowing, loving creator, we would expect him to put feedbacks into the climate system to keep things from getting out of control. In fact, God said in Genesis 8, after the flood, he said, while the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, winter and summer, and day and night shall not cease. And then moreover, there's positive aspects of warming. Okay, you can get more plants when it's warmer. In fact, there's evidence that the deserts are actually getting smaller because there's vegetation growing due to the increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide. Okay, that's good for plants. You can have greater cropland. Okay, if it's warmer, you can grow more crops at high latitudes. And also you have fewer cold-related deaths. And if you look at the statistics, premature deaths from extreme cold are much more common than premature deaths from extreme heat. Okay, it's better to be warm. One thing I've noticed in studying this issue is that many of the things that are pushed by the environmental movement are 180 degrees opposite to what Scripture says. For instance, after the flood, God repeated his command to be fruitful and multiply, and to bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply in it. And yet, what are many environmentalists saying today? They're saying we got too many people. We need population control, and many people will use that as a fig leaf for the crime of abortion. Okay, so it's very common when you're talking about environmentalism, you will see many claims that are 180 degrees opposed to Scripture. So there's a denial of God's sovereign care for us. There's a denial of Genesis history. Okay, the Bible makes very good sense of past climate change, and I'm talking specifically about the Ice Age. There is strong geological evidence for one ice age. Now, evolutionists believe there were many ice ages over millions of years, but the evidence for these other past ice ages is very weak, and a lot of their conclusions are coming from this philosophy called uniformitarianism, which is summarized by the motto, the present is the key to the past. And uniformitarians, they deny creation and the flood. Okay? And the Apostle Peter warned us in his second epistle that there would come scoffers in the last day holding to a uniformitarian philosophy. Knowing this first, that scoffers will come in the last days, walking according to their own lust, and saying, where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of creation. That is a very good description of a uniformitarian mindset. And yet, the flood explains the Ice Age. The Bible says that on the day the flood began, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up. And we think that implies a huge amount of geological and tectonic activity. And ladies, feel free to come in. Yeah, I'm sure we can make some seats for you. Don't feel like you have to stand there in the back. That's okay. Yeah, I'm sure we got room. We got plenty of room for you. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, the fountains of the deep were broken up, and we think that implies huge amounts of, we got plenty of room if anybody wants to come on in. Tectonic activity, and most creationists, and pretty much everyone, no, not pretty much, everyone here at ICR thinks that plate tectonics played a major role in the Genesis flood. Now, you probably heard about plate tectonics in high school and about continental drift over millions of years. And we're saying, no, it wasn't continental drift. It was more like a continental sprint. Okay, it's what we call catastrophic plate tectonics. And we would argue that those mid-ocean ridges you see on the ocean floor, those are actually scars from the flood. And one of the world's leading experts in this field, maybe the leading expert, is a young earth creationist named John Baumgartner, who has done and is still doing a bunch of work showing how catastrophic plate tectonics would have played a major role in the flood. And one of the things that would happen with this rapid plate tectonics is that new seafloor would be formed very rapidly. You would have all this hot material coming up from the Earth's interior, and it's going to greatly warm the world's oceans. And we think the flood is going to give you the ideal conditions for an ice age. And so what I want to do now is I want to show you a clip where Dr. Larry Vardaman, he's an atmospheric scientist who retired from ICR. I corresponded with him just the other day. But in this little clip from one of our DVD series, you're going to see him explain how warm oceans caused by rapid seafloor spreading would trigger an ice age.
When the heat from the plates in the oceans, it caused the oceans to become very warm. And it would be like a giant El Nino effect. Well, can you imagine if the oceans were 20, 30, 40 degrees warmer than they are today? We would expect all kinds of severe weather, gigantic hurricanes, which I call hypercanes. And this would produce all kinds of evaporation into the atmosphere, which could then come out as snow in the polar regions and on mountaintops. I modeled that with conventional models with a sea surface temperature hotter than we would normally experience today. When that happens, these models predict much, much greater precipitation rates, particularly in the polar regions and on mountaintops. And we can explain the ice age in less than 500 years simply by the warmth of the ocean.
Right, and there's one thing he didn't mention, but it also plays a big role, and that is you have volcanic aerosols. We think that during and after the flood, there were all these volcanic aerosols from all the volcanic activity, and that reflects sunlight, and it gives you cooler summers to keep the snow and ice from melting during the summer. And so that's another ingredient you need for this to work. And I don't have time to get into it right now, but the creation flood ice age model explains a whole bunch of things that are still big mysteries for uniformitarian or evolutionary scientists. And it can explain how you could have millions of woolly mammoths thriving in Siberia during an ice age. That's something that really confuses a lot of people. It also explains why thick forests seem to be pretty much non-existent, rare, maybe not, I won't say non-existent, rare during the ice age. And it also explains why there's little erosion in this mountain range called the Gamburtsev mountain range under the East Antarctic ice sheet. Now, because uniformitarians deny Genesis, they got to come up with something else to explain an ice age. They got dozens of theories. In fact, I think now the number is well over 100. But this is one of the great mysteries of science, okay, when it comes to trying to explain in detail what caused an ice age. Now, we think the flood explains it pretty handily, but if you don't believe in the flood, you've got to come up with something else. And so they've come up with this thing called the Milankovitch, or the astronomical theory. It's called Milankovitch because it's named after a Serbian scientist who did a lot of work in this area. And it's called the astronomical theory because it involves subtle changes in Earth's orbital and rotational motions over tens of thousands of years. And so the thinking is that over tens of thousands of years, the tilt of the Earth's axis is going to change a little bit. The direction in which it's pointing is going to change, and the shape of the orbit will sometimes be a little more circular or a little less circular. And because of that, they think that at sometimes in the prehistoric past, you're going to have less summer sunlight hitting the North Pole. And so because of that, the ice doesn't melt as much in the summer, and you get a lot of ice, and you get an ice age. And at other times in the prehistoric past, you have lots of sunlight hitting the North Pole. And because of that, the ice sheets melt back, and you get a warm period that they would call an interglacial. So supposedly we've had 50 of these ice-aged interglacial cycles over the last 2.5 million years. Now, it turns out that even evolutionists acknowledge that these sunlight changes are too small by themselves to cause an ice age. You need something else. Something has to amplify that effect. And for that reason, the astronomical theory is one of the main reasons that evolutionary scientists believe our climate's unstable. Okay? Because the Milankovitch theory doesn't work unless climate sensitivity is high. Okay, you have to take these tiny changes in sunlight and amp them up so that you get major climate change. Okay, and so the belief in the Milankovitch theory is one of the main arguments for high climate sensitivity, and we're going to see that there's problems with that argument. We also see that the environmental movement is bearing some bad fruit. You know, the Lord Jesus told us, he gave us a way to test teachings to see if they're good or not. He said every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. And we see a lot of evidence that the environmentalist movement is bearing some very bad fruit. In fact, in 2014, a New York University philosophy professor said we got to engineer people to fight global warming. Okay, and he had some suggestions. One, give everybody drugs to take away our taste for meat. Kids, you're going to love that, right? Okay. Another one was we make people shorter. That way we don't need as much, eat as much, we don't use as much. Of course, I'm sure the very important people will get to stay the same size, but the rest of us, we got to get shrunk to save the planet. And then there's my personal favorite. He suggested giving people cat eyes so that we can see better in the dark and we don't need as much electricity. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? Okay? I mean, that's just, this is crazy stuff, okay? But they're serious. And a while back, they were suggesting that we ought to leave croplands fallow because they did their calculations and they figured if they went back and used it for crops, there would be a net increase in the amount of carbon dioxide. Okay? And that's not all. They're also suggesting, for instance, the World Economic Forum has been talking about how rice is hurting the planet. Okay? But don't worry, okay, even if we don't have rice, we can always do like John the Baptist and eat bugs. Okay? And they're actually pushing this. In fact, there was a Utah teacher last month who got some unwanted publicity when it went viral that she was offering her students extra credit to eat insects in order to save the planet. Okay, so there's just a lot of crazy stuff out there. And there's sort of a pagan tint to a lot of this. You young kids, you're too young to remember this, but there was a cartoon show called Captain Planet and the Planeteers, and it was very much about saving the planet. And this is another image for that cartoon show, and you may wonder who that woman in the background is. Well, that is Gaia, the earth spirit or the earth goddess, okay? And you cannot help but be reminded of what it says in Romans about how people exchange the truth of God for the lie and worshiped and served the creature or the creation rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. In fact, at that 2010 UN conference I told you about, the lady who opened it up, she invoked a Mayan jaguar goddess. And you're reminded of what it says in the Ten Commandments, thou shalt have no other gods before me. And there's some other weird stuff, a lot of weird stuff out there, some weird vibes coming from some of this stuff. I mentioned the World Economic Forum a while ago. Well, the guy who founded it, a while back, he was photographed like this, and that weird garb he has on, that's weird, okay? And of course, what on earth are those symbols on the front of the lectern, okay? It's got this kind of pagan vibe to it, okay? So we see a lot of bad fruit. So there's a connection between a belief in evolution and panic over this issue. The second reason to keep cool is there's something called the reinforcement syndrome. And the reinforcement syndrome is where junior scientists find additional evidence in support of a concept developed by a respected senior scientist. So you got scientists who are just starting out, and they find evidence to support this idea by a respected senior scientist, even when the concept is wrong. Okay? The data get massaged to get what is believed to be the right answer. And this is not usually conscious, it's unconscious, but it goes on, and it happens a lot. And I want to show you an example about this involving the Milankovitch theory. Now, one of the questions we frequently get as young Earth creationists is this. If the Earth is just thousands of years old, why is it that the dating methods, which give millions of years, agree so well with one another? Well, it turns out the assumptions behind radioisotope dating, particularly the assumption of a constant decay rate, pretty much guarantee that you're going to get ages of millions of years. But what about the apparent agreement? Okay, I'm going to argue that a lot of that is coming from circular reasoning. Now, I know what some people are going to say. Oh, come on. Dr. Hebert. Circular reasoning, that's just a creationist talking point. You creationists, you have to explain why all the dating methods agree so well with one another. And so that's just your canned excuse as to why there's all this good agreement. Well, we're going to see this really goes on. Okay, this is not just a talking point. The reason most mainstream scientists today believe in the Milankovitch theory is because of this paper that was published in the journal Science in 1976 called The Pacemaker of the Ice Ages. And what they did was they examined data from 2 deep sea sediment cores. You know, they can drill up these sediment cores from the ocean floor, and they can make measurements. Okay, they can make chemical measurements. They can count how many microscopic critters are in different parts of it. And they think these measurements can tell you a story about climate change. Okay, now before they do this, they've got to assign a time scale to those cores. And it turns out they had to use the most recent flip of the Earth's magnetic field to do this. It's called the Brun-Hess-Matayama magnetic reversal. They named it after these famous scientists. And as creationists, we think these magnetic reversals were triggered by the flood. Okay, we do not believe they happened millions of years ago, but evolutionary scientists do. And they think the most recent one was not that long ago. They would say back in 1976, that this magnetic reversal, where the north and south magnetic poles flipped, that happened 700,000 years ago. Okay, and so this played a major critical role in their paper. And so what they did was, because they were able to use that magnetic reversal plus data from another core off in the western Pacific, and they called it an Ice Age Rosetta Stone because they thought it could be used to assign dates for past ice ages, and that would enable them to test whether the Milankovitch theory was correct. So this is the paper which was referred to in the pacemaker paper. It's not as well known, but this paper played a critical role in the analysis. So they did something called wiggle matching, where they assume that chemical wiggles that look similar to chemical wiggles in another sediment core, they assume they're the same age. And so they transferred ages from that third core down to those sediments in the 2 other cores. And when they did it, they got results that seemed to agree with the theory. Now, I don't want to bore you with a bunch of technical details here, but this is what you call a power spectrum. And the vertical lines you see, those are frequencies that come from the astronomical calculations, okay? You know, when you do your astronomical calculations, you get these dominant frequencies. The peaks are the frequencies of the climate cycles that they were getting from the sediment cores. And you can see that they're lining up. And so that was seen as strong evidence that the Milankovitch theory is true. Now, I put a little question mark by the first peak because it turns out that first peak is problematic for some reasons that did not become apparent until later, okay? But anyway, they got results that seemed to agree with it, okay? And once that would happen, they started using it to date other things, okay? There are other sediment cores out there, okay? And just as a simple example, they will transfer ages. They will use the Milankovitch theory to date those sediment cores, even ice cores. Okay, and then the ages are transferred to still other cores, which are transferred to other cores, and so you've got this interconnected web. Okay, so in essence, you had this 1973 paper. It was the foundation for the pacemaker paper, which was the foundation for the Milankovitch theory, which is where you're getting all these dates that agree with each other. Okay, now the problem is, around 1992, they changed this age to 780,000 years, and this is not any kind of state secret. You can look it up on Wikipedia. Even Wikipedia will tell you that the age now is 780,000 years. Well, you might wonder, and I did wonder, hey, what would happen if you went back and redid the calculations but took into account this change in the age? Well, it turns out it messes up the results. Okay, they basically shot themselves in the foot. One of the peaks, the tall one, is still lining up, but as I said earlier, it's problematic for other reasons. But the other 2, they're no longer lining up, okay? So you've got a serious question as to whether these results are valid. And at first, nobody seemed to notice. It was kind of like, the Roadrunner cartoons where Wile E. Coyote, he runs off the edge of a cliff, but he hasn't looked down yet. He doesn't know he's not standing on anything. That's kind of where the Milankovitch theory was. It was just kind of floating, levitating in midair with no logical support under it. But in the mid-1990s, some people seem to have noticed, okay? There was a geochemist who called this private meeting of a bunch of scientists who were interested in the Milankovitch theory. And the reason he did it was because there was a well-known physicist, Dr. Moeller from UC Berkeley, who was making a lot of really good criticisms of the Milankovitch theory. Now, I don't know what was exactly said at this meeting. Okay, I don't have a transcript, but you can't help but wonder, did they realize these results were no longer valid? Well, I suspect they did, because the Science News article, there was a Science News article that described the meeting, didn't give a lot of detail, but there was one thing they said this that was extremely intriguing. They said this: Moeller's criticisms hit home with many researchers. He scared the bleep out of them, and they deserved it, said Broker. Okay, so what was going on that freaked all these people out? Well, I think it had to do with this magnetic reversal. Because if your evidence for the Milankovitch theory is shaky, guess what? All those ages that are tied to it, they're shaky too. And in 1996, they'd been doing this for 20 years already. And so you're looking at a potential chronological train wreck here. So they were kind of in a jam, I think. And the very next sentence in this Science News article talks about how they responded. In fact, in the article, they're talking about circular reasoning. Okay, they are mentioning circular reasoning. And the article says, oceanographers soon rose to the challenge. In the August 1997 Paleoceanography, Maureen E. Ramo of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology presents an untuned sediment record that corroborates the Ice Age dates determined by tuning. Now, hang on, we're going to come back to that phrase here in a second. Now, this is the paper they're talking about. Now, what I want to know is, why did they feel they needed to corroborate the dates for the ice ages? Wait a second, I thought that 1973 paper had already done that. It had, but remember, it used an age that they no longer accepted as valid. And so I think they realized that, and they had to scramble and try to prop the situation up. Now, if you read her paper, you find they didn't use the Ice Age Rosetta Stone. Okay, that Ice Age Rosetta Stone that they were so in love with before, they kind of, dumped it like a spurned girlfriend, kind of like the unfaithful boyfriend meme, Okay, you had all these Milankovitch scientists who used to be in love with that third core. They called it an Ice Age Rosetta Stone, but that was while it gave them the answer they wanted. Once it no longer gave them the answer they wanted, they started looking at other sediment cores to see if they could prop up the theory some other way. And I'm convinced, and I can't prove it, but I am convinced they realized there was a problem here. And I think Maureen Ramo's paper was meant to replace the 1973 paper so they could still claim that the pacemaker results are valid. So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the reinforcement syndrome. It's real, it happens, and many uniformitarian scientists, they still think that pacemaker paper is correct, as well as the Milankovitch theory. And so when we talk as creationists about circular reasoning, we're not making this up. There really is circular reasoning going on. And I would argue there's no strong evidence, or certainly really no convincing evidence for the Milankovitch theory. And remember, that's one of the main arguments for high climate sensitivity. Okay, something else when you talk about this is they've already convinced themselves the climate's unstable. You will find that worries about rapid sea level rise, guess what? They're also tied to the Milankovitch theory. Okay, and you may remember that movie, The Day After Tomorrow, where New York City gets inundated catastrophically fast. But again, this is coming from the Milankovitch theory. And they also believe that climate change can happen very rapidly. Now, creationists think there may very well have been rapid climate change during the Ice Age. Okay, but that was caused by the Genesis flood, a never-to-be-repeated event, because God's promised us that's never going to happen again. So for them to say then, to use that unique transitional climate to predict future trends is totally invalid. And this is a very good example of how what you believe about the past affects about what you believe about the future. But I can tell you this, not every evolutionist is very less alarmed about climate change, But I can tell you this, pretty much every climate alarmist, and again, I don't mean that pejoratively, is an evolutionist. Okay? Even Christians who are jumping on this bandwagon, they tend to accept the evolutionary story. Okay, so there's very much a connection between evolution and worry on this issue. A third reason is that there is good reason to believe that our understanding of the climate is not complete. Okay, we understand a lot, but there are things that we don't understand. And climate models, this is the second main argument for high climate sensitivity, is the climate models predict this out-of-control warming. But what's interesting is if you look at past predictions made by these climate models, and you compare them with the observations that were made later, they're all over-predicting how much warming occurs. I mean, it's almost without exception. And these models are really pretty crude, and they're not including all the relevant physics. In fact, people on both sides of this issue will tell you that the clouds are the wild card. Okay, they're a big source of uncertainty when you're looking at global warming because they can reflect radiation back to space. They can absorb infrared radiation from the ground and emit it. And so it could either heat or cool. It depends on which effect overall is larger. And it's not simple because what the clouds do depends on latitude, it depends on how high up they are, and it even depends on droplet sizes. Clouds with smaller average droplet size, they reflect more sunlight. So could there be factors that are affecting droplet sizes that the climate models are not taking into account? Could the sun maybe having an effect? Could there be some connection to the 11-year solar cycle? That solar cycle affects how many cosmic rays enter the atmosphere. And people have, for a long time, have speculated that cosmic rays could somehow be playing a role here because you get more charged particles when these cosmic rays enter the atmosphere, and that gives you more particles that are suitable to form cloud droplets. Okay? Now, there's different ideas about how this might work. If you keep up with this on the internet, there's a famous scientist from Denmark who gets a lot of publicity. But I think, I'll admit I'm biased, okay, because this other fellow, Dr. Tinsley, he was my PhD advisor at UT Dallas, and I really believe, by God's grace, God had me working for him, because I think Dr. Tinsley has actually figured out what the true connection is between cosmic rays, weather and climate, and solar activity. It's harder to understand. It's not something that's easy to explain in a soundbite. And I want to make it clear, Dr. Tinsley's not a creationist. He does believe in man-made global warming. But I do think he's figured this out. So if you'd like to learn more about this, we've got 4 technical papers that I've written that you can read. But we've also got 2 popular level articles explaining the connection. It's a pretty convincing argument, I think, between cosmic rays, sunspots, and climate change. A fourth reason is there's a lot of fishy science out there. Years ago, you may have heard of Dr. Michael Mann from Penn State University. He became very famous because of some papers he published that basically said you had out-of-control warming at the end of the 20th century. Okay, and he produced this graph that became very famous. They called it the hockey stick graph because it kind of looks like a hockey stick turned on its side. And there were 2 big conclusions. One is the 1990s were supposedly the warmest decade of the last 1,000 years, at least in the northern hemisphere. And 1998 was supposedly the warmest year of the last 1,000 years. Well, it turns out there was a warm period called the medieval warm period. And what's interesting about Mann's work is his graph kind of made the medieval warm period disappear. And there were some Canadian researchers who looked into this, and they found major problems with Michael Mann's hockey stick graph. Okay, and it's not too surprising that it would be Canadians who debunked it because, Canadians, they know their hockey and they know their hockey sticks, right? It turns out, Mann gave greater weight to data sets that showed a late 20th century temperature rise. And if you do the analysis wrong, you get a graph that looks like this. But if you do it right, that extreme warming you see at the end of the 20th century goes away. Okay, so those are 4 reasons to keep cool on global warming. And I want to give you a 5th reason, and it comes from the first letter of each of the other 4. It's fire. The Bible talks about an emergency, okay, but it's not a climate emergency. We read in Revelation what John wrote. He said, "And I saw the dead, small and great, standing before God, and books were opened. And another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged according to their works by the things which were written in the books. And anyone not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire." So there are a lot of Christians who are jumping on this climate change bandwagon. And I would just like to respectfully ask, is this a distraction from a much more urgent task? Okay, the Lord did not commission us to save the planet. Okay, He commissioned us to go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to observe all that He's commanded us. Okay, it's not up to us to save the planet. And let me tell you, Satan is shrewd. He is very good at diverting our attention. And one thing I've noticed is, this is the real emergency confronting us, okay? We're all going to have to give an account to God. And if we're not ready, if we've not found refuge in His Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, that's an emergency. You've got a lot to worry about. But Satan is very shrewd. He will distract people from that real emergency with a bunch of fake emergencies, like climate change, artificial intelligence. All this stuff it's just a distraction, I think. So I don't think as Christians we should be worried about this, and I don't think we should allow it to take our eyes off the ball. Now, if you'd like to learn more about this, we've got resources about the Ice Age and even about the climate change. And we've also got a book that was published a couple of years ago called The Ice Age and Climate Change, A Creation Perspective, and it deals a lot with these issues. It talks about how the Bible explains the Ice Age. It talks about problems with the Milankovitch theory. People like Bill Nye the Science Guy think that ice cores prove an old Earth, and we explain why in this book, why that's not the case. We also present positive evidence that the ice sheets are young, not old like they tell you. I mentioned some of that cutting-edge climate research I talked about earlier, and we also talk about how woolly mammoths fit into biblical history. So I hope you'll check out our stuff, and if you haven't signed up for our free bi-monthly magazine, Acts and Facts, please do so. It's free. It is our gift to you, paid for by our donors. And every 2 months, we're answering tough questions about creation and evolution and about these contemporary issues confronting the church. So I hope this little talk has been a blessing to you, and I think I'll hand it back over to Trey. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hebert. Okay, everybody, we are going to have a Q&A in just a few minutes, but we'll need some time to set up. So if you could be back around 2:05, we'll say 2:05, we'll take a brief intermission. And that number, again, is, clearly I don't have it memorized, 833-626-2572, 833-626-2572. So we'll see you back here for the live Q&A in just a few minutes. Thank y'all. Text ICR to that number, and then you'll get a response back, and then send your question in. Yes, 833-626-2572. to ask the questions. All right, so I have with me, of course, Dr. Hebert and Dr. Sherwin, and we're going to get started on this Q&A. So I have a fun one to begin with. Hi, there are many Christians today who are believing in the new/old flat earth theory. This includes talk about a firmament in the sky and at the bottom of the ocean. Also that the moon is a hoax, etc. Please comment.
No, the Earth is round. It is a globe. There's strong scientific evidence for that. The scriptural arguments they try to make for that, I think, are not very convincing. If, for instance, they say, well, because when Satan tempted Christ and took him to a mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world, that proves that you could see everything all at once. That it was all flat, but it seems to be there's a supernatural element to that, because it also says that he saw it all in an instant. Okay, so I don't think it's just, I just don't think that's a very good argument. And there's some other arguments they make, but I don't think there's any verse of scripture that conclusively you can point to and say the earth is flat. When you say the moon is a hoax, I'm guessing they're saying the moon landing is a hoax, not that the moon itself is a hoax. But there are creation. Bible-believing, some of the astronauts, the Apollo astronauts, maybe not at the time, but they are now Bible-believing Christians. Charlie Duke is one. In fact, I have a friend who's a creationist. He's got a podcast. I was so impressed. They got Charlie Duke to do a podcast with them. And so, you have to say that they're lying too. If you say there's this big conspiracy and, you have to say that Christians are lying too. And, one way we know they went to the moon is because they put reflectors on the moon and you can shoot lasers back and forth. And that's how you can measure the distance to the moon very accurately. Of course, in order for that to work, you got to be on the moon first to put the reflectors there. So I think it's a distraction. I think we actually have a resource in our bookstore called Falling Flat by Danny Faulkner that addresses this issue. So if you'd like to learn more about that, you can. But we don't think the Earth is flat here at ICR. Okay.
Awesome.
Let me just add to that I have two NASA astronaut friends, Lieutenant Colonel Terry Virts, who I spent a weekend with in a cabin along with Terry Virts' son, and we did a whole weekend seminar together here in Texas. Terry Virts is a strong Bible-believing Christian. Also, Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Williams is also a NASA astronaut, and I had supper over at his house, not once, but 3 separate times. And so they are very, very strong Bible-believing Christians. If the advocates of a flat earth are right, then these two NASA astronauts that I respect very much and I count as dear friends are lying through their teeth. And I just don't agree with that. They are strong Christians. They have been up at the International Space Station, and the Earth is not flat, and they're not part of a conspiracy. They're not lying to all of us. And so that's my down and dirty answer to that.
Other conspiracy theories that are correct, but not that one. I want to get ICR in trouble.
And I'll also say a plug for our podcast. We do have a Creation.live episode where we do interview and Dr. Hebert with Colonel Jeff Williams, who he has the record for the American man who has spent the most time in space. Or he did. He may have been passed up at this point. I forget. Yeah, there was a woman who passed him, but and he's done spacewalks and he's been out there for a long time. So Creation.live, look that up. All right, next question. I think this is a Dr. Sherwin question. What kind of fish swallowed Jonah, and how would he actually survive?
Yeah, that's a good question. We don't believe it was the whale shark. A whale shark has a very, very large mouth and all that, but the scripture says that God created a great fish to swallow the prophet Jonah, and that Jonah was obviously able to survive for 3 days. and was vomited out onto the shore and preached a very brief sermon to the unbelieving population. He didn't have to talk very much because of his bleached skin and seaweed hanging off him and all that. They believed that something happened. But how did he survive? Well, he was able to survive, but this also opens a door to an urban legend that has been circulating for a long time. When I became a Christian, I believed it way back in 19-something or other. But anyway, that a whaling ship had a sailor fall overboard and was swallowed by a whale. They caught the whale later, cut open the whale. They found the guy. He was still alive, and they put him in the captain's sea cabin, and he went nuts for a couple of days and all that. That's an urban legend. That never happened. But so we would look at the great fish that God created to swallow Jonah as a miracle, dyed-in-the-wool miracle, just like turning water into wine and feeding of the 5,000 and so forth. So it's very interesting, and we would call that a miraculous event, but I do not think it was the whale shark, as big as the mouth is on that creature.
Just to throw out something else, and I'm not an expert on this, but I know that Brian Thomas, in his booklet on dinosaurs in the Bible, it's interesting, a lot of the mosaics that early Christians drew when they were depicting the story of Jonah and the fish, they depicted it as kind of like a dog-headed sea monster. It's kind of interesting. I'm not sure what that is exactly, or if I don't know if that proves anything, but it's interesting.
All right. So we don't have Dr. Clary here. So whichever one of y'all wants to take this, good luck. No. So can you elaborate on fossil fuel formation based on the flood paradigm versus the evolutionary paradigm?
Well, I think the only real difference is the time element. Okay, we don't think it takes millions of years. In fact, really, we know that's not true because you can form oil quickly if you've got the right conditions. So you don't need millions of years to form fossils. You don't need despite what you read in the Superman comic books. It doesn't take millions of years for coal to turn into diamond. Okay, even though Superman does it really fast. I don't know if there's really much difference. I think they might be referring. Some people claim that I think it's still forming today. I don't think Dr. Clare would agree with that. Okay, but basically it's plant matter that got buried during the flood.
Yeah, so there is algae. You can take algae and make it into petroleum products in the space of just a few hours, and so it doesn't take the hypothetical millions and millions of years. Also, if you remember that blowout that they had of British petroleum in the Gulf of Mexico, there was a lot of petroleum that was released, what we call hydrocarbons, and there was very apocalyptic predictions made regarding how this petroleum leaking out of the blown out oil well would make a desert of the entire Gulf of Mexico, not to mention the coast of the United States, the southern coast there. Although there were some businesses that were devastated because of this blowout, it wasn't nearly as bad as was predicted. The reason for that, one of the main reasons, is there are several species of bacteria that like to eat hydrocarbons. A hydrocarbon is simply a molecule that contains carbon and hydrogen. And these bacteria designed by the Creator to eat hydrocarbons, and they get fat, dumb, and happy eating all of these hydrocarbons, and then they have an explosive growth of what we call binary fission of the bacteria and eat up so much of this hydrocarbon. Why am I saying that? Well, because we do have reserves of oil underneath the crust of the earth. The types of bacteria that eat hydrocarbons, as far as we can tell, are ubiquitous. Now, evolutionists say that these oil reserves underneath the crust of the earth have been there for millions of years. If that's true, it's not. But if it was true, all you need, because of the asexual reproduction of the bacteria, is one bacterial cell to get into that a reserve of oil that is underneath the surface of the earth and begin to proliferate and reproduce and eat up that oil. The fact is, obviously, that hasn't happened because, number one, we live on a young earth. But if the earth is millions of years old, then you would have all of this dynamic working of the earth's crust. And the earth's crust is very dynamic, as we know about earthquakes and volcanoes and things such as that. It wouldn't take very long at all for that bacteria to get into those reserves. but they haven't. Why? We believe it's because of young Earth.
Thank you. Awesome. Okay. Here's kind of a softball question for y'all. Just take a deep breath and relax. So we find tracks, specifically mentioned here, dinosaur tracks, in sand or mud. What mechanism caused the soil to suddenly become rock without disturbing the tracks, and why is this not repeated now?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on this, but I think it sort of depends. I think that you can have the waves, if they come in too fast, they can destroy the tracks. But then if they come in too slow, they don't get buried. So there's kind of a balance you need. But you do need you need for them to be buried quickly in order for them to be preserved. And really, the flood is by far the best explanation for that. So, I think there is an element where you have to it has to balance. The rate of burial has to be just right. But I don't know how do evolutionists explain it. You've got these tracks. They don't get preserved on the beaches today, but something was causing them to be preserved in the past. And I think the flood is by far the best explanation for that.
I would agree with that. The fact is that we find 100% dinosaur tracks. What are they? 100% dinosaur tracks, okay? So we find dinosaur fossils, we find dinosaur tracks. The onus is on the evolutionist to try and explain, where dinosaurs came from in the first place. But be that as it may, sticking to the tracks, they would give an explanation, something akin to a local flood or a localized catastrophic event that would suddenly preserve these tracks. We would say the same thing, except to say it was probably the Genesis flood 4,500 years ago, not some kind of local event that occurred. The fact is that we cannot go back in time and see how they were formed, but the evolutionist and the creationist, at least in this one very small example, probably relate to the same thing. But we do have fossilized, preserved tracks of dinosaurs. That's the important take-home point. And it's 100% dinosaur tracks.
All right, Dr. Hebert. Are worldwide temperatures actually increasing? If so, how much and for how long?
Well, honestly, I don't know because I haven't been keeping up with it. That shows you how worried about this I am, okay? I do believe there was for a long time there was a pause where it seemed like the warming had stopped, and then it went up again, and then it seems to have started pausing again. So I'm not really keeping up with it that much. Again, that shows you how concerned I am about the issue. One of the problems is that we have is I think some of these scientists are very overzealous and maybe distorting or falsifying the data. So sometimes it's hard to know what do you believe? What do you it's remarkable. A number of years ago, there was a very well-known climate scientist named Judith Curry, and she openly suggested, I believe it was in the Wall Street Journal, that some of these climate scientists were messing with the data. And for someone of her stature to suggest something like that is just incredible. But I think there's good reason to suspect that in some cases that is occurring. And so, if these people are really as concerned about this issue as they say they are, you got to deal honestly with people. Okay, if you want to be taken seriously, you've got to deal honestly with the data. You can't falsify stuff.
You're not done yet. Can sunspots be considered a cause of climate change?
Oh, I think so. And the work that I did for my PhD dissertation, it involves sunspots, okay? It's one of these things that's not super easy to explain in a soundbite. But the sunspot cycle, there's this modulation or change in the strength of the sun's magnetic field, and that affects how many of these energized particles, mainly energetic protons coming from space, get into the atmosphere. Well, when they get into the atmosphere, they collide with molecules in the atmosphere, and you get this spray of charged particles, and that has something to do with cloud formation. So I think there is a connection there, And if you'd like to learn more about what that connection is, I would refer you to those 2 articles on our website dealing with cosmic rays, sunspots, and weather and climate, as well as the 4 technical papers that I mentioned. Unfortunately, it's not something easy to explain in a soundbite, which is one of the reasons I think the other guy's theory has gotten a lot more attention, because he basically says more cosmic rays, more clouds. And everybody can remember that. That's real easy to understand, but I think it's too simplistic. And so I would refer you to those articles that I've got on our website.
What are the best supposed fossil transitional forms?
One is the infamous Archaeopteryx that was discovered just a few decades after Darwin published his infamous book, The Origin of Species, in 1859. All of a sudden, when Darwin was predicting in his book that there should be transitional forms, here comes this transitional form of a supposed half-bird, half-dinosaur. Archaeopteryx, there have been several specimens of Archaeopteryx found. They had teeth, they had wings, they had claws in the bill, and a long bony tail. But we would look at Archaeopteryx as a 100% bird. There's 2 species of bird today that have claws in the wings, the torcu and the hoatzin of Africa and North America and South America, and also teeth in the bill. Well, some birds had teeth and some don't. Some reptiles have teeth, some don't. Some amphibians have teeth and some don't. Some people have teeth and some don't. But that is not really an argument for the alleged transitional form of this creature. So we look at Archaeopteryx as a unique kind of a bird. Long bony tail, well, the swan during its embryonic development in the egg has a long bony tail as well. Again, that's not compelling evidence for the so-called transitional status. And so Archaeopteryx hasn't been talked about for decades in the evolutionary circles for the very reasons that were just listed. The book out there in the bookstore that Dr. John Morris and I wrote on the fossil record, I wrote about the last 1/3 of the book where I address the so-called transitional forms, the missing links. And so if the person or persons is really interested about that book, The Fossil Record by Morris and Sherwin, as I say, about the last 1/3 of the book there, I address many of these so-called transitional forms or missing links. They're nothing of the sort. So one thing that we like to say is the missing links are missing, okay? They're missing. And so can't think of others offhand that are really, given as compelling evidence for vertical evolution, otherwise macroevolution.
Well, talking about Archaeopteryx, there's a famous bird scientist named Alan Fiducia who says it's not a missing link, it's just a bird. And the evolutionists, they themselves disagree. That's one thing that's interesting to point out. They will trot out these examples, but I don't know if there's any exceptions to this, but you will always have evolutionists contradicting each other. Some will say it's a transitional form, others will say it's not. And the fact that there's so much disagreement, I think, shows you just how weak their arguments are.
I'll piggyback off of that a little bit and say we do have a DVD out in the store called Adam or Apes by Dr. Brian Thomas, and he talks about how there are no uncontested transitional forms, and there are some who, this evolutionist is sure, this one says absolutely not, nobody agrees. So just if you want to give that a look. All right. This is for you, Dr. Hebert. I have heard about active volcanoes on the moon. Are there any articles by ICR or another creation organization that I can share with others? So I want to ask, are there active volcanoes on the moon?
Well, it's interesting you should say that. Some people think there are, and this is not as fringe as you might think. NASA has even done reports on this where people have been seeing flashes of light on the moon for a long time. I mean, these reports go back many years. Some of them could be meteorite impacts, but others seem to maybe be associated with volcanism. And the reason a creationist might be interested in that is because that would be another evidence of youth. because evolutionists for a long time were dogmatic that the moon has been geologically dead for the last 3 billion years. So if there's still some residual volcanic activity going on, that's another evidence of youth. And I think the evidence now, even if you ignore what they call these things are transient lunar phenomena, but even if you ignore those, there's evidence that there are moonquakes occurring on the moon. There is good reason to think that the moon has been geologically active in the recent past and may still be active, and that's what you would expect if it was young. Evolutionists were very, very surprised by that.
That's actually the first I've heard of that. That's awesome. All right. This is kind of a long one, so pay attention. I would be interested to hear an answer to the following statement from Richard Dawkins in 2009. Okay, here's the quote. Perhaps the single most convincing fact or observation you could point to refute creationism would be the pattern of resemblances you see when you compare the genes using modern DNA techniques, looking at the letter-to-letter correspondences between genes. Compare the genes of any pair of animals or plants you like, and then plot out the resemblances, and they fall on a perfect hierarchy, a family tree. And the only alternative to it being a family tree is that the intelligent designer deliberately set out to deceive us in the most underhanded and devious manner. I know that Dr. Tompkins isn't here, but Dr. Sherwin?
Well, if that's true, then of course a fossil record should reflect that, should it not? That we would have all these transitional forms that reflect all this genetic activity. But we don't. We find that there is variation within the created kind and very, very clear breaks between the created kind. And so, there's a lot of genetics that's going on there, but genetics within the created kind. Also, I think he's kind of touching on something called convergent evolution. Convergent evolution is not to be misconstrued with homology. As a matter of fact, the two do not support each other, homology and convergent evolution. And so convergent evolution is a real serious problem with macroevolution as well. And so Dawkins is appealing to various genes and gene families, and I would up the ante by asking him, what is the origin of genes? Where did the genes come from? They're very, very sophisticated. As a matter of fact, we don't really know what a gene is. And so I think an expanded answer to this question this individual asks, quoting Richard Dawkins, is a book that was published in 2013, I believe, by Stephen Meyer. And Stephen Meyer's 2013 book is outstanding as he addresses what Dawkins was talking about. And so check out Meyer's book. I hope he gets it updated, but it's a good book. I think it's Darwin's Dilemma. Yeah, I think that's it. It's got the name Darwin in it. Anybody else? Darwin's Doubt. I think that's it. Darwin's Doubt. But it's outstanding. As a matter of fact, he has a whole, not a whole section, but he has several pages just on convergent evolution as well.
Sure.
Right.
Valve replacement. And there's all kinds of, it's not a hierarchy at all. It's all random based on some plants.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yep.
You know, and I remember
for our YouTube viewers, for the a person in the live audience asked or stated, that pig hearts are closer to human hearts. It doesn't seem to be a hierarchy. It seems to be almost random what can be used, as mentioned in Michael Denton's. What's the name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
evolution
Right,
Right,
that's back in the
yeah.
mid-'80s. Let me just add
Okay.
that Denton has an update on that, 2016. Evolution's still a theory in crisis, 2016. So I appreciate that. And Denton is no creationist by any stretch. And yet he is a very cogent and articulate critic of evolution. He has his own ideas as to origins, but Denton is no creationist.
Yeah, I'm a little out of my lane on this, but I remember reading Michael Denton's book years ago, and I distinctly remember that he made the point, when you're talking about these molecular studies, depending on which criteria you choose to look at, you can make an argument that one organism is related to another organism or to another organism. So like you said, it's arbitrary. Okay, depending on which criteria you select, you're going to get different results. And so I think Dawkins' description there is very overly simplistic.
So it's technically 2:30, but I've got another question that I want to ask. Is everyone cool with that? Yeah. All right. So
That's okay. We won't get offended. if we want to have a movie to see or
the
something.
Q&A is technically over, but this one just came in a couple of minutes ago. And we'll take this answer with a grain of salt also. What is your opinion about the Nephilim existing both before and after the flood?
Well, okay, I'll just give you my opinion on this. I do believe that the Nephilim were the offspring where you had fallen angels having children by women. I think that's clear that that's what the Scripture's describing. And I personally believe that's also what was going on afterwards. And I can't be dogmatic about that, but I believe that's one of the reasons that God was so harsh in his judgment of the Canaanites. The fact that you had something going on that was comparable to what was going on in the days before the flood, where there was all this wickedness, I think may give you an indication of just how bad it was in the land of Canaan and why God's judgment that they would be destroyed was so stern. I think that may have something to do with it. So I do think that was what was going on. We're coming across a lot of people have speculated that maybe before the flood, even regular-sized plants and animals might have been bigger. That might very well be the case. But I do think the giants that are described in Genesis 6 are abnormal.
That leads me to part B of this question. Also, there are many reports about quote-unquote giant skeletons being found across the planet, only to have the Smithsonian and other organizations sweep in to take them away, never to see them again. What are your thoughts?
I can tell you this, I have a daring plan to break into the Smithsonian and liberate those fossils, but I'm going to need some help on it. I need some volunteers. Obviously, I'm being a little bit facetious there. I do think there may actually be something to that. It's hard to be dogmatic when you don't have the material to work with, but let me just say this. I came across a quote by a prominent evolutionist, and this was in 1946, and he said that sometimes they will find fossils where they will go out of their way to discredit them, even when the person who found it is normally considered a reliable witness. And then he said, and we don't even like to fully describe these fossils in the literature because somebody might get the wrong idea. So I think it's quite possible, that could be going on. How do you prove it? I don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me.
All right. Well, I was about to say, Dr. Sherwin, you got anything to say? All right. So that ends our Q&A time. Unless anybody's got a last-minute burning question, you can text that in 10 seconds. Then I might ask it. Otherwise, we'll wrap things up here. Thank you so much, Dr. Hebert and Dr. Sherwin. And thank y'all so much for being here.